Okay, so we are live on the YouTube. Our plan for today, well, let's first address the elephant in the room. Something crazy happened the other day. I'm not even sure how this is working. Wait, how did they actually go negative? Okay, we got something really, really weird going on here. Something's up with our tracking. But basically, Graves.social's feed, right, their WebSocket listener, went down for a period of time at least. And in doing so, it gave us a clear, like, win, which is crazy. Now, oh, I forgot to pop out the YouTube chat. So yeah, I'm not sure I trust this 6 million, but that is one way that we can definitely improve over the Grays.social thing as well, right? Stability. Now, does that mean we need Kubernetes and all that junk? No, we've got systemd, and it's a very simple WebSocket process. If it dies, we just spin it back up, right? There's no like state, so we can just kill it and kick it over and restart. So then let me read the rest. I was curious if the CBOR parsing, right? If we directly parse the binary from the fire hose rather than doing the Jetstream part, could we end up with like a performance boost? Because it's at least eliminating one step in the chain. That's the theory, at least. So here's what we'll do. Okay. So it's looking like our cache is living significantly longer. Where are we sitting with RAM usage? Right? CPU usage is super low, which is good. RAM-wise, though, Jetstream Turbo is chewing up 1.15 gigs. Rust Analyzer chewing up 1. Ghosty chewing up 2. All right, let's get rid of a bunch of these. Okay, and then looking back at this, we do seem to have like a small issue with our session refresh. So we'll have to debug that. But we're not getting rate limiting because 10 is the rate limit. What's up, King? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? So I do see one error that we haven't seen before, and that one is related to actually our telemetry, which would mean Postdog? What's up? Oh, this project has no events. So I think, yeah, that's an interesting thing where the buffer will actually fill up, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. Your tech lead went on break, and now she's asking you to take over. You're already feeling overwhelmed, and it's only been 2 weeks. Damn, that's rough. Why are they asking you to take over? Are they planning on going to another company? Yep, that sounds about right. So they're trying to make sure that they don't like leave the entire company high and dry, which I think is good. Don't want to burn any bridges. I diagnosed that quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just good. Like, dude, it's a big old brain. This big old brain. All right, so hold on. Where are we sitting? We did clean up a bunch of the ghosty stuff. So yeah, like the ghosty memory leak seems to be shader related. What's up, Saint of Vice? How you doing? All right, so we'll do the Seabor thing separately. Which means... There we go. What's up, typical employee? How you doing? And yeah, we're a little early today, aren't we? I've got an event tonight at like 6. I don't even need to be there like right on time, so we'll finish up around like 5:30, which isn't that much earlier than we end normally. But, you know, I didn't have any afternoon meetings, so I wanted to get started here. Ooh. So that does bring me to a question for some of y'all. I'm going to be asking this multiple times per day, like today and tomorrow. I need to find people that want to help us test a new thing at GitKraken. The new thing is like a different view for doing pull requests. So, yeah. You can use a free trial to do it. Just remembering that, like, you know, you're only going to be able to do it for 2 weeks. But is there anyone that would like to demo a brand new feature? What do you have to do? Well, there will probably be like an onboarding call. The onboarding call might be like optional. But the main goal would be you get in there and you try and like review some pull requests using our PR review tool. Right? That's basically it. So this would be like using it for actual work stuff. So if you don't have GitKraken set up at all, there might be a little bit of process around like setting up a workspace, you know, just like getting your integrations and stuff set up. It'd be especially ideal for anyone that has open source work in which they do PR review, because then it's like, you know, there's no company data getting leaked. But, you know, just throwing it out there. Just an option. I'll keep asking. Don't worry. All right, so yes, Rust Analyzer is doing some bullshit. Does restarting the Rust Analyzer server change anything? It does. It cut the RAM usage in half. That's good to know. Oh, but it's right back up there. And King Goes Gaming. What did I leak? You're talking about GitKraken. Maybe there was a message that got missed, because yeah, we don't see any other message from you. All we see is, dug out the tunnel, and then leaked, and then no, you're talking about GitKraken. Yeah. Just ideal for OSS, not because of like secrets necessarily, but just having to go through IT could be annoying if it's not already like approved for use. But yeah, who here spends most of their time doing code review day to day? I get it, King. Here it is. So yeah, Rust Analyzer still just chewing up gigs, man. We can get rid of Affinity Photo at least. I just want to make sure we're like somewhat cleaned up on the RAM front. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I feel like that's where our crash was coming from. Yes, we don't need to save that. Right, like every once in a while, you know, like OpenCode crashes us. I feel like it's because we run out of memory, but I don't know for sure. But Marvel Scorpion, so you spend most of your time doing code review and pull request review. Yeah, would you be willing to try out a GitKraken feature for us? It's just like another view for doing like PR review. So yeah, like it adds extra metadata. It adds like a chat interface so you can like ask questions about the PR. You know, similar to that. King, am I on the latest open code? I might not be, actually. Ah, yeah, so I was kind of out of date. That's a good point. Yeah, so that could have been part of it. I want mostly smooth backgrounds in there. There we go. Okay. So, am I using the split keyboard still? Yeah. Would there be any enterprise association? Oh, okay. So you wouldn't be able to do it for work. Yeah, that's tougher. Yeah, so you probably can't. I guess, like, what do you mean by enterprise association? But yeah, if you're not allowed to use any clients, when you say clients, you mean just like Git client? Is SourceGraph like a Git client? Crow. So GitKraken has a new PR review feature or tool. It lives on gitkraken.dev. It's currently like early access, so we'd have to like opt people in to test it out. But it could be worth checking out. You know, like I need people to help me test it. Does it replace GitHub? The goal, theoretically, right? Like as time goes on, is to make it to where you don't need to review on GitHub, right? You could theoretically leave your comments, approve the PR and do all that stuff on GitKraken, and it would then just update the GitHub PR like by proxy. So you'd have just this like better PR review interface. Yeah, Graphite is doing something as well, for sure. Yeah, theoretically, right? It would be especially useful if you're already like approved to use GitKraken at work, even if you don't use it. But yeah, we are looking for testers of this new PR review tool. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Just making sure, Marvel. I get it. Totally get it. Yeah, yeah. So if it comes down to like you don't have permission to use GitKraken at work, well then yeah, you can't do it. Which is a shame. I do need to at least like inform that thread. Yeah, yeah. I need to provide this feedback a little bit. You're not allowed to use anything that scans code. Yep, same. Yep. So yeah, it's basically only people that are already allowed to use GitKraken then. That is a much, much smaller audience. Okay. Now, it's fine. Like, yeah, don't feel bad. I appreciate you guys even being enthusiastic about it. I'll just keep asking throughout the day. I'm sure we'll find someone, maybe. But yeah, it's getting harder and harder. So yeah, I guess this is the question. Who here uses GitKraken or is approved to use GitKraken at work? I guess another part of that would be like, are you approved to use like AI features? You know, knowing that the AI is going to Gemini, right? So it has very strong like protections. Okay. So we'll continue. Let me get more music going. And yeah, I'll just keep asking around. I think a better option might be to try and find people who work in open source more. I could see open source being part of it. Ask in Rust forums. Yeah, yeah. Like we don't necessarily want to like broadcast it quite that broad, right? Like this is still such an early access that I don't think we're ready for like posting it to Reddit or whatever, right? Anyway, yeah, back to it. So yeah, we're doing some Rust stuff for sure. Where did we leave off on the deploy? All right, so that was for deploying the monitor. King, more of an early adopters program. I mean, we need feedback. Like we need feedback to know if we're even going in the right direction. Um, but we're not necessarily like far enough along that broad feedback from the entire internet would be useful. And like it's a process where like I have to like get someone's email to even like send it to the person that would grant them access. It's not like a self-serve thing. So like yeah, it's almost like a sign up process that we got to do. Okay, wait. Hold on. So our deploy finished. Health check did fail. Okay, so yeah, let's look in here and see if it's actually running. Okay, wait, no. So I'm doing that. So it'd be okay. So TurboStream RS. All right, we hit Cloudflare just fine, but then we get to this server, and that server is not running properly. Yeah, let me double check what the actual health check is. Hmm. Process exited failure. Shit. Okay. But yeah, Taco Bandit, thank you for the sub. Appreciate you, man. What you up to? I think I know what this issue is. I'm doing good. You're working on a new React Native app and also updating a bunch of Angular stuff. You love NX, cough cough. Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually ever said that. No. Like, those are words, they mean nothing together. It's not even that I don't know what they mean together, they just mean nothing together. If NX was a person, that person would no longer exist. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So, they're saying that it's not set. Okay. So, what we actually want to do then is we go into the Rust and we're here in deploy and we got this service. Environment file opt Jetstream Turbo .env. So that should totally fucking be there, dude. All right, well now let me look. Oh. So it's Blue Sky handle, Blue Sky app password. That's what got me. That's what got me. Hey, and we're running. All right. There we go. Just copy something random just in case. And then... Nope. That still doesn't work. But... if we go back and do our curl... Hey, status healthy. All right. All right. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so hold on. So Caddy is definitely running too. Okay, so where does the setup caddy step actually happen? We copy it to temp. Hold on, I think I need to do this again. Toasty! But yeah, what's up there, Hidden? How you doing? Yeah, what's up, J-Lam? How you doing? Okay, should be able to show this now. You are currently fighting a dryer door that doesn't want to stay closed. You're about to break some duct tape out. Sounds about right. Oh, and I just realized it. Oh, I totally know why it's saying the domain is wrong. Right, so TurboStream RS does point to the right thing, but we're proxying. So yeah, that should be totally fine. I'm glad I wasn't showing anything there. Whew. That was close. That would have been way more annoying to reset. Right, so yeah, we do this. It's already installed. UFW is already active. Rules are fine. Skipped adding them. Blah, blah, blah. What's up, Miku? How you doing? Oh, wait. I'm doing that in the totally wrong place. Totally wrong place. Yep. Rideable by Caddy. So should be fine. And hey, what's up, Nang? How you doing? So the web server works, but for some reason, we're not getting it to work here. Okay, hold on. It's in this file. We see upstream is just localhost 8080, but in the reverse proxy, are we adding the HTTP? I don't know if we are. We aren't. Ah, shit. Okay, and then hold on. What was the health check thing? It was a curl command, yeah? So API v1 health. Yeah. So, hey, what's up, Koofy Man? How you doing? What are you up to? I'm gonna guess you were doing some Rust, yeah? What's up there? Um, Offer agreed? But yeah, what were you up to on your stream? Doing things? Cast number 158. Nice. So hold on. I think it's cool how you number your streams. If I were numbering my streams, this would be. Oh shit, it doesn't actually say the amount of streams. Damn it. I thought it said it on that page. Damn it. All right. Well, never mind. I don't have a good number for how many days I've streamed. I do have the amount of hours I've streamed. I have streamed over 15,000 hours. If we average that out to probably around like 5 hours a stream, that's like 3,000 streams. Do we think that actually sounds right? Considering I probably stream like 250 a year, there was definitely some years I streamed 500. I don't know if it's 3,000. No, there's definitely, like, I mean, if I'm just looking at my average, no, my average stream is probably somewhere between like 6 and 10 hours if I'm looking at it. So let's estimate it at 8 hours. So then it's closer to like 1,800. 1,800 hours streamed, I think, is reasonable. Or not hours, days. Huh. I think 1,800 sounds a lot closer. But yeah, so you are working on your own language. Nice. You like keeping track of how much time you've wasted on this project specifically? Oh, okay. So hold on. Is cast like your language? So it's not your like 158th stream. Cast is like your new language. Ah, so what does the language do? I was gonna say, like, we've seen you streaming way more than just 150 days. Sorry for the burp. So yeah, you're making your own language, but you like Rust. Yep. What is like the best part of your language? What do you like the most about it? Was it just for learning purposes? You know, just for fun? Something totally different? You want Rust with effect system and comp time like in Zig. Okay, so you don't like Rust's macros. I can understand that. Not many people do. When you say effect system, do you mean like effect TS, like the TypeScript library? I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Having annotations of what functions side effects are and abstracting over it. Got it. I guess, yeah. Yeah, when I've been writing Rust and other things, you do get. Like, if you just maintain that most functions should be pure, then you can have your impure functions that do the orchestration of them and cause the side effects, right? But to me, that's less of a language concern and more of like an architecture concern, right? Like, that's just the person building the app. But I understand if you had it enforced at the language level, it would encourage better architecture anyway, right? It's solved with monads in Haskell, but an effect system is a different solution. Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm getting at though is like if you just do pure functions everywhere, and then you are very explicit about which functions are impure, you kind of get all of that effort without needing like a full-on system for it, right? Like you still get the value by just doing like a proper separation of pure and impure functions, right? Most code is not pure. I mean, that's an architecture problem though. No, that is absolutely an architecture problem. Most code is actually pure. I mean, yes, logs are technically impure, but it depends on like what level you're doing that at. Like you're typically not logging inside of a function that should be pure, right? Because it's its own self-contained unit, and what it does should be exactly what you need. You would just log the inputs and the outputs. Those logs would happen in your impure function. That's what I'm saying, like the work, right? The main work that you would want to like test and verify and like have proper coverage for and all that stuff, most of that should be happening in pure functions. Right? Like dev logs, I wouldn't count. If you're talking about like production logs, yeah, production logs shouldn't be happening inside of functions that should be pure as well. So when you say most code, that's where I disagree because most code could actually be pure, and then you just have the orchestrators of those pure functions be impure. Like to me, it's still like fundamentally an architecture problem. I'm not saying I write all applications that way. I'm just saying if you really did want to enforce purity and like awareness of effects, yeah, you should only be inducing effects in specifically labeled functions. But you're saying having a language feature to do that for you would enforce that better, right? Yeah, I'm thinking purely from like a testing standpoint. So maybe there's other stuff I'm missing too. But yeah, I would not consider a devlog a true side effect. It's a temporary side effect. Production logs, yes, but then we already said that part. Like, to me, it seems like an even better abstraction then would be some orchestrator that adds logging itself for production logs. And then it's just a decorator function or like a higher order function at that point, right? Just to like wrap and add the logging. Especially it's better if you're doing it as like a higher order function or a decorator. Once you do that, then you get like the reusability of like the structured logs and all that. So I don't know. In my opinion, yes, it is more work to think about the architecture this way, but it does set you up for like easier stuff in the future. All right, so real quick, a starship over on YouTube says, you're improving C++ by replacing the standard library with an improved data-driven design without any legacy and a JSX engine coming soon. Okay. I don't know why, Starship. That reminded me of the scene from Silicon Valley. We're improving the world by making it so that people can walk their dogs easier or something, right? You know, just all the TechCrunch disrupt like bullshit. Like, we're changing the world by making it easier to write left-handed or something. Like, I don't know. That was a bad example. That one's actually a good one. We're changing the world by automating how fax machines deliver messages to users. There you go. But yeah, and then a Starship, you say your Crabs API uses contiguous map dictionary types, so you just use the symbol table to work with memory and make copies. That doesn't necessarily sound great. I understand that, Koovy Man. I totally get that. To me, it seems like something that you could maybe even introduce at like a linter level. I understand like the idea of building a language that does it too. Sure, sounds good. But I also think you can just like you can be more diligent with how you write your code. But same thing goes for static type systems and borrow checker, right? You can just be more diligent with how you write your code. Sure. I just don't know. I think the effect system is already like it would force people theoretically to write this code better, possibly in the way I described. Sure, there's benefit to that. Yeah, Karki, I was agreeing with what he said. I was exactly saying that. I was pointing out that he is correct. There you go. Stream lag. That must have been it. It should be pretty quick, but okay. No, I get it. It's still probably a few seconds behind. I guess more of it is like when I'm in the middle of a sentence, maybe let me finish the sentence. That's the goal, at least. Okay, so yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we're working on is we are trying to figure out why Caddy is not serving up our service properly. Right? Like our health check works locally just fine. But we're not exposing it to the world. Now, our Caddy setup, we're generating our Caddy file. And it's basically just this part. Right? We define our domain name. We reverse proxy the upstream. Maybe turbo access here is something we need to check into. I get the idea. A starship. Makes sense. Still doesn't necessarily sound ideal, but whatever. I don't know. For everyone over here on Twitch, this is what they said. When you use multi-threaded renderer like React, you make copies of the data to pass to another thread. Contiguous symbol tables are like passing props in React. I'm not sure a copy is necessarily the right move. Are you modifying the data or not? Because at that point, I feel like an arc or a mutex would be more useful. Like mutex if you're modifying it, right? But you should be able to use an arc and prevent the copy, right? I don't know much C++. I'm thinking in Rust terms. But yeah, mutex would be if you're mutating it, right? But yeah, to me, it seems like whatever structure, right, that contiguous map dictionary, you could actually just have that in RAM once if you're just reading from it. If you're modifying it, that's a different thing. But I would be curious about why you are modifying it. But yeah, so the memory controller auto-loads the next CPU cache lines, so it's cheaper to make copies to avoid CPU cache misses. I feel like relying on CPU cache in that case can be a bit of a foot gun, because like CPU cache is wildly different from system to system. Like, unless you know and control the amount of CPU cache you're going to have available, right? Like, I'd actually be really curious to know, like, CPU cache numbers on, like, VPSs. There's no way they're getting the full, like, cache that the CPU has, right? How are they even doing that shit? Like, I know that it's some, like, virtualization magic, right? But it's gotta have some, like, weird implications at that point. Now, if you're working with bare metal, that's a different thing. Even then, understanding the bare metal is tricky. It's a functional programming paradigm. I get that Starship, but I'm just pointing out, like, making CPU cache assumptions is usually very, very, very tricky, and only something you should be doing if you know the exact environment you're going for. Like, based on the size of the thing that you're passing, it may not even fit in L1, L2, or L3 cache. I guess maybe that's why you do the copy, so that the copy, like, you're copying just the part of the table or whatever. Because if you're copying the whole table, that's definitely not ideal. React multi-threaded renderer. Each one's going to be rendering a mutation. It's not necessarily a mutation, it's just rendering a part of the tree. Based on cache, it'll either reuse it or recreate it, right? So maybe Varlog Caddy would have some more info for us. Oh, so there's nothing in there. Ooh, that's not ideal. And hey, what's up, Cassidoo? How's it going? What are you up to on your stream this time? And I've actually been I've been streaming for an hour and a half. Yeah, I started early today. Woo. Let's get through some issues, personal and repo. Ooh, there you go. Working on fancygist.com. Ooh, okay. Um, Okay. So this is just like a nicer interface for building GitHub gists. Is that the basic idea? And what are you using? Is this CodeMirror for the editor? Because this is nice. I like it. It's just like really clean. Mmm. Okay. Oh, and is this more for like writing prose rather than like code? Oh, this is fun. Okay, and then you can do code blocks. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Yeah. No, this is nice. And there's autocomplete? Okay. Sweet. Yeah, this is nice. Yeah, where's the autocomplete coming from? Is that a thing CodeMirror does out of the box, or is that something extra you had to add? I bet. Yeah, this seems really fun. It's built into CodeMirror. Cool. Yeah, CodeMirror is awesome. I assume you know Ben Holmes, right? Ben Holmes, I'm pretty sure, was using CodeMirror for like his like Markdown editor thing that he was building, which is cool. Yeah, it's like really powerful. I've only ever used like other things, other editors. Um, like more for like prose and stuff like that. Like so, ProseMirror, CodeMirror, they're great. I think I've used Quill and some others in the past. But yeah, real quick, let's shout out Bald Beard Builder. He also rated in just now. Bald Bearded Builder was working on some Microsoft Power Toys, the Raycast competitor thing. I'm sure that's not the way Microsoft would like to frame it, but yeah. So yeah, Bald Bearded Builder, we just got rated by Cassidoo just before you came in. Cassidoo is working on this thing, which is pretty fun. I know, right? All the Microsoft people. So yeah, like Bald Bearded Builder and everyone from their stream, maybe check this out. This is a good way to like just have like a cleaner interface for editing GitHub gists without having to load like the entire thing. Yeah, really cool. And I'm guessing, okay, so yep, there's a preview. No dark mode? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just having fun. No, this is very clean. Theme toolbar is in progress. Got it. Yeah. Hold on. That's what you need. You need a link to the repo? Ah, here it is. Start the repo. Okay, it just wasn't as prominent. I had to go find it. But hell yeah. No, I get it. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with promoting it like that. I don't think that's a big deal. Yeah, well done. Yep, pretty straightforward. Yeah, I like the documentation too. This is thorough. Yeah, super awesome. Thank you for sharing. For the people coming in from both of the raids, the thing we are working on is we have this thing that is replacing the Jetstream. And the Jetstream is a Blue Sky thing. It is the JSON data from the Firehose of Blue Sky. And the Firehose is every single thing on Blue Sky. That means likes, that means posts, comments, everything, right? Follows, all of that stuff is up on the Blue Sky Firehose. The Jetstream is a JSON implementation because the original, the Firehose itself is actually CBOR encoded, right? Binary data. They do that for bandwidth reasons and possibly other reasons too. There is another thing called the Turbo Stream. So if you look at like the Jetstream is just like the basics, just the bare bones, like what is this message? What is the payload? The Turbo Stream is a thing another company has done, Graze.social, and they're a big part of the Blue Sky ecosystem, right? They're a big sponsor of like the AT Protocol conference that's coming up in a month. And yeah, they're super cool. They provide this thing called the Turbo Stream, and the Turbo Stream actually goes and fetches from the Blue Sky API, the REST API, metadata. So let's say a post comes in. The Turbo Stream takes that post, takes the IDs that are in there, and then goes and fetches extra metadata for those IDs. Those IDs might be like the user's DID, which then we can get the username, their profile image, how many followers they have, like all sorts of like interesting metadata. And same goes for like every other part, right? You can get like replies, you can get the parent of a comment. All of this extra metadata is stuff that you have to go and like fetch separately. The Turbo Stream does that fetching and utilizes a Redis and a SQLite cache to prevent having to read too much extra stuff. And it's just like a nicer experience to run. However, I'm building a product on top of the Turbo Stream, and I felt like it's not a great idea to try and build a business off of something someone else is providing out of the goodness of their heart. Secondly, they've had some downtime here and there. And thirdly, I figured, well, I could just take the code that they have written, right? TurboStream's open source. You can get theirs. You can run it. But it's a bunch of Python code. And like I said, it uses Redis as well as SQLite. I did not want to have to use Docker Compose or Docker at all to spin up a Redis instance. So I picked Rust, theoretically, for a faster Turbo Stream itself, right? Lower memory overhead, various other reasons why you might pick Rust over Python. But the other reason was I wanted to code out a Redis implementation that was purely in process, in memory. And that meant that I wouldn't have to do the Docker thing. It's just a library I use that maintains the same basic top-level APIs as Redis RS, which is like the Rust client for Redis. So yes, long story short, I decided, all right, let's do some vibe coding. So we vibe coded out the Turbo Stream and the not Redis implementation. And they're good to go, right? Not Redis is actually already up on Cargo. If you want to use it for any of your projects, keep in mind it's very experimental. It's version 0.1. We can make it better. But yeah, if you want to use a Redis implementation that is purely in process and in memory, might be worth it. I know there's some others too, like Mock Redis and some other things that are built for testing. I built this specifically for production. So there's a slight difference in like the goals of some of the existing libraries that do something similar. And yeah, so now we have this thing deployed out. It's theoretically running inside of this VPS, but for some reason, Caddy isn't working for us. So if we go and we do HTTP, well, okay, so hold on, that doesn't work because we end up seeing this. What I'm thinking now is that there's some Caddy file misconfiguration here. My guess is that it's looking for this. And we don't have a site root. Like, I just want to use this as a reverse proxy. So that's my guess. I think that this is still trying to, like, serve more than what I thought. But it doesn't necessarily look that way. Right? Like here, we're setting domain and we're doing the reverse proxy thing. That right there should be enough. And we're not getting any logs at the caddy level. Like, here's a good example. Let me try this. Where are they saying it lives? Var web? Var HTML? Hold on. Var www HTML. I don't even think I have that directory. Yeah, so we don't even have a www directory, so I'm not sure. I don't know where that HTML file is actually coming from now. It's probably just bundled into Caddy. For people unaware, I'm using Caddy because it does automatic HTTPS. However, I don't know if we're benefiting from that because it's not setting up right. We could just do Nginx and then just run Let's Encrypt locally. Like, we could just go old school with it. Caddy's all right. It's pretty good. For the most part, like, the performance difference you're going to have between Caddy and Nginx is going to be so, like, minimal that it just doesn't matter. Right? You're going to have way better performance concerns in almost any other part of the app. Like, things that you could do for more value. So yeah, like, Caddy's good enough for most things. And I guess this might be a little small. Let me zoom in a bit so you guys can actually see something. Okay. Right, so yeah, our service does run. Oh, and we're in the wrong directory for that. That's fine. We're trying to figure out why Caddy is not doing the HTTPS thing for us. So Etsy Caddy file. That's it. That looks right. Oh, Sam. That's it, because we are definitely doing the Cloudflare thing. Oh, okay, so hold on. That that totally makes sense now. I think I get it. So hold on. Right? So if we run this, we see warning DNS points to the wrong thing, right? It should still work, but okay. Yeah, I like that idea. And I think we should be able to just do this. Yeah. Edit, proxied, save. And we'll have to do the same thing for Turbo Monitor too then. But yeah, just to verify it works. And then, okay, so let's try this again. All right, probably just needs some time. I did save, yeah. Yep. Yeah, Sam, good feedback. Yeah, okay, so the proxy takes a little bit. What's up, Sharkface? How are the vibes? They're all right. They're chilling. All right, so DNS caching is getting us at the moment. Yeah, right. The DNS haiku strikes again. It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. It was DNS. All right, so I don't want to get rate limited, so we'll just chill for a sec. But yeah, this is it. This is the part. Caddy will automatically, so it's not doing it during this step, it's doing it during another step, like a later step. And if it's not resolving the DNS properly, then I can understand why it wouldn't do that step. Kind of makes sense. Dude, turning on the proxy with Cloudflare, instant. Turning off the proxy, 3 days. Like, come on, man. Be cool. But okay, let's get more music going, I guess. Yep. All right, so let's start thinking about what we do while we're waiting for this then. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Seems a little slow at the moment. Let's double check our curl command that was checking the health. It is API v1/health. Yeah. That should be good. And hey, what's up, James? Thanks for the sub. Ooh, 1 month off. 1 month off. So wait, remember when OAuth in API used to be simple? Pepperidge Farm remembers. You wish platforms would use best practices so you don't have to beat your head against a desk all the time. Yeah, exactly. Duh. No worries, I get it. So wait, why would connection be timing out? That doesn't seem to be working. You thought Pico was replaced by Nano? Maybe it was. Where did you see Pico? I thought I used Nano. And then real quick, hold on. Let me chime in. Let me read this one earlier. May have zoned out earlier, so apologize if you did. Do I host all projects on off-prem providers, or have I considered just having like a home Mac Mini that just runs services for me? No, I've never considered running any services from home. I consider it wrong. Right? Your users pay for some level of uptime. You can't guarantee that at home. And technically, you may need to double check with your ISP, right? It may actually be against your terms of service to run anything commercial from your home network. If you're talking about just like random services, yeah, sure. Like, you know, I've definitely set up Tailscale so I can remote into the Mac Mini and do OpenCode stuff. Sure. Like for early stage projects instead of paying hosting. No. No, I think it's a really bad idea. Yeah, most ISPs, if you're doing anything commercially viable from your home network, most ISPs will actually cut off your service. Like, you definitely don't want that. Oh, so that's interesting. Good call. Good call. Hold on. You're right, DieDev. It does say that. So on Mac, when you run Nano, it's actually running Pico. So it's got to be some alias. Yeah, you're totally right. On a Mac, Nano is Pico. I never even noticed that. I never even looked. Anyone else on a Mac care to verify? Gouda. A VPS is $7 a month. That's 100 months before the Mac Mini would pay for itself. That's another great point. Yeah, but if you already have one, theoretically you could do stuff. But even then, right? Like, even if you had just a spare machine sitting at home that you were hosting with, it's still not a good idea to do so. So yeah, CK, on your Mac, you got the same thing, huh? It's got to be the BSD versus Linux like history. That is actually really interesting. I never even thought about that. Yeah, it's got to be the BSD versus Linux history. All right, do we think we've given it enough time? We should be able to proxy this again. We'll have to do the same thing for the monitor when we get that deployed, which is fine. But yeah. Okay, so now this is a separate issue. You heard Mac Minis were selling like hotcakes because they were good for training AI? No, that's just a bunch of hyperbole. Like, the only reason you'd really want a Mac Mini is if you wanted to run local models. Like, there's plenty of other devices people could have just gotten that ran Linux and they could run some version of Claw on there. But maybe OpenClaw, is it a Mac app? Is that the issue? So maybe that's the reason? But yes, it's not for training reasons. If people are getting a Mac Mini for training reasons, they're probably fucking up. Because you need way more RAM for training. Is OpenClaw a Mac app? Is that it? Looks like you can do it in Linux. Ollie G into House, was that the TV show? Yeah, I definitely saw a bunch. My favorite episode is the drugs episode. Oh, was that the movie? Yeah, I've seen the movie too. The one with Martin Freeman. So Starship. I have an M4 Pro Mac Mini. Are you sure that's the slow RAM still? My guess is it's actually gated by the chip, not the form factor. But yeah, if we look at OpenClaw, 10% Swift code. Yeah, my guess is it's just because OpenClaw is a Mac app specifically. So people were getting Mac Minis specifically to run OpenClaw. I think that's the main gist there. And I think it's too early for OpenClaw anyway. So yeah, like I don't know, I wouldn't use it. Um, what was it? Claude just was it Claude? No, Perplexity. Right? Perplexity Computer might be pretty good. I thought this was like a. I thought this is a thing you would run locally though. Got it. So it's not even. It's not really OpenClaw. It's safer theoretically, but it's a lot more like other shit. You know. Oh, is that why they switched from Bash? I didn't realize that, Didev. That makes way more sense. Nano was started because Pico used to have a weird license from the University of Washington. Newer versions of Pico are using the Apache license. So that actually explains the UW. Oh, I didn't realize it was University of Washington. Oh, that's cool. I was just guessing. Okay, so let me try this again. We are doing that. Okay, so no, that is definitely not the issue. So we do need the HTTP. You have OpenClaw in a VM in your Proxmox server at home. Oh, so it does run on Linux just fine. Yeah, I'm not sure why people end up going for the Mac Mini instead. I don't know. That might be it. Yeah, people wanting to use their like their Apple account. That makes sense. Right? Like what if they're using Apple Mail or like all the other just bullshit that ships with it? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, so I guess here's the thing. Here we go. Turbo access. Let me just double check this. So that would be the Let's Encrypt validation server. That's not what we're looking for. So yeah, that wasn't my IP address at least, which is good. I think if I kept scrolling up, we might have seen it. Oh shit! Oh, there it is. Oh. Well, okay then.
This is medieval time!
All right, so we get that running now. I don't know what we changed. Starship, you're saying you could run 6 Zero Claw instances. Yeah, sure. I don't know if that's anything anyone was actually arguing. But okay, here we go. All right. We are live. We do have a Delta. This is our production server versus their production server. So now we just got to get the monitor out there and deployed. Okay. Well then. Let me go pee. BRB. Let me get these out of here. And hey, we're already faster Delta. Here we go, man. All right, cool. BRB. All right, I am having a soda. I think we deserve it. Oh, but our delta didn't stay positive. Well, that's fine. While I've got a crowd here at least, does anyone here use GitKraken? If you are a GitKraken user, I would love to connect with you off stream because we have a PR review tool that we need feedback on. It's very, very early. You won't even be able to get access to it until we like connect and I get an email and I can like authorize your account to get access. But be pretty cool, right? Theoretically, the idea is to improve upon the UI of editing or of like, you know, doing code review. So, Damon, are you a GitKraken user? Anyone out there using GitKraken? And here's another thing. You don't necessarily need to use GitKraken on a regular basis. Oh, yeah? Oh, that would be great, Damon. Like, the key is, like, it needs to be, like, something that you're allowed to use at your company. We had a couple people who were interested, but aren't able to, like, get the permissions to give it, like, access to the repos and stuff. So, that is, like, one bit there. But yeah, so, Damon, would you be willing to send me a message over in Discord? Oh, perfect, dude. Yeah, let's chat more about this. That's awesome, man. Okay, dude. Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Yeah, send me a message on Discord, please. If Discord doesn't work, we can figure out somewhere else. Even email would work. But yeah, Damon, no, that would be awesome of you. Makes me look way better. Dickard. There we go. Dickard. So yeah, cool, man. Like, we would love your feedback, like, especially if you're a fan. So that's even better. Yeah, awesome, dude. So then, yeah, secondly, for people who are not users of GitKraken, but if you are allowed to use GitKraken, like it's okayed at your company, you can start a trial and like we can get you signed up that way, right? Like you don't need an active license. You just need to be like, you need to have permission to use it for your like work PR stuff. So some places are a little more strict about like the data and all that. What information? All I would really need is your email. Like maybe like your real name would help too. I should make a Dickard command. Yeah, there you go, totally. But yeah, just like name and email would help. Like I think that's probably all we need, right? Name, email, I don't know. That's probably enough. Company, just any of the details you were already adding, like, you know, that you're a user, that you have users on your team. Yeah, that's great. Bank details, obviously. But yeah, I guess this would also be a thing. Maybe start rallying people on your team that would also be interested in it. Right? Like a PR review tool. We could bring you guys in as like your own like cohort, and then you'd be on a call just with like you guys. That way, you know, it's easier that way. And the call would just be like basic onboarding, like, you know, where do you send feedback, things like that. But yeah, no, this is great. Yeah, this is super great. Thank you, Damon. Ignore. I'm kidding. Ignored. I'm going to add you as a friend, though. How about that? Exactly. Mother's maiden name, you know. Favorite color? Red. No, blue. Ah, yeah. But okay. So hold on. I'll at least throw this in. Okay. There we go. Thank you. So, Damon, here's the extra bit. I'll send this over in the message too, just as a reply. Um, the goal of this is purely about a new PR review tool we are building. So, finding people that deal with PRs regularly would be ideal. There we go. And honestly, like, Damon, it can go further than this. Like, we're happy to bring you in and like have you test out other stuff too in the future. This is just very specifically about like one thing right now. That's all. Yeah, thanks, man. Dude, thank you for being so willing. Like, dude, this is great. Yeah, if you could source, I don't know, I would say like 5 people max, but if you find more than that, sure, let's go for it. Um, but yeah, like, you know, you and however many other people you can kind of pull together will make as like their own little like cohort and we'll set up a call. That'll be great. Yeah, thanks, man. Dude, you're the best. And this goes for anyone else out there too. At Get Kraken, we're building new tools and new features and new stuff, and we need your help. All right, so back to our task at hand. So here's my big thing. I don't think we are tracking all of the right things here. So yeah, let's get the vibe coding thing back going. That fix is necessary. Hold on, before I forget about this, the monitor is also going to have a similar fix to its caddy file, where this also needs the HTTP. Actually, Yeah, we did HTTP. Yeah, okay, cool. Just wanted to double check all of it. All right. Oh, and hold on. Right, so here it's GNU Nano. Oh, that is funny. Oh, that is funny. Yeah, good catch on that, Didev. So yeah, we got regular Nano in our VPS at least. But okay, so we are going to vibe code out some more stuff for the monitor then. Now we still got stuff we need to fix for the like deploying the monitor. And we can just not commit that stuff. So yeah, let me at least do this. Deploy and deploy. Okay, so we got those done. We're going to have some stuff that we want to change in here. And this is where we do the open code thing again. Okay, hold on. Let's do it this way. Yeah. We're going to use V0. The basic difference in how I use these things, actually, it's been a while. I haven't touched V0 in a bit. I can't remember if it does full projects or if it's just doing like individual parts, like components. And in fact, let's turn both of these loose. Okay, so I want to have a dash. I want to show I want to compare to API compatible services. The comparison needs to show uptime over the last 30 days. It will also need to show the amount of events handled, the diff in events will show us which service works faster. I don't know, something bullshitty like that. All right, lovable, same idea. Let's see what they do for us, right? Like, we're probably going to need to iterate and converse and chat a little bit with these guys. But the main goal is that they at least give us some inspiration. DeGrinchy, how you doing? How'd you get here? I'm gonna guess from a raid. Oh, from typingpoorly.com. Heyo. I am really proud of that. We also own typingpoorly.dev. I don't remember if I've redirected that one yet, though. All right, so here they are. They're creating a bunch of junk. Damn, this is actually nice. That's actually quite nice. Let's see what this comes up with. Oh, that's still working? All right. Well, while that's still working, what we can do here is double check. So we get connection refused, creating directories on the VPS. The reason this fails for the monitor is because we actually need to do something in here. So this is going to be... Okay, so this is a bug with Ghosty for sure. I don't even know how to like log that the right way. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, Pico's not there. Ooh, it even remembered the scroll position? Ooh, VI is fucking cool, man. I didn't realize it would do that. Uh... Should have just done Q. I don't think we wrote anything, but I'm not sure anymore. We could have broken everything. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Yeah. All right, so what was the command I did? It's going to be way back here in the history. We're definitely going to have to fix that. Yep. So this absolutely needs to be in there. All right, so sudo vi sudo -f. Yeah, where are we setting up the sudoers file? I know, I just do sudo out of habit. No, I get it, standard error. It's just, I don't know. Whatever, man. No, I get it. You're right. It's just, it's habit. Like, honestly, we should start disabling how to log in via root, via SSH, right? Like, that's a huge problem. Damn, it is crazy to me that Launch Darkly is still looking for a head of DevRel. Okay, anyway. So, we did that part. And we did need to do that, right? But it was a different SSH config. Now I'm trying to find where that is. That's it. All right, so it is etc ssh at sshd config. Okay, so hold on. Oh. Fuck yeah, you're right. It's SSH config, not a... Ah, dude, yes. Good catch. Thank you. That was it. Good catch. Shit. Wait a minute. So pub key authentication, yes, is already true. So now that's a totally separate issue. Right, we're going to want to do this, right? Permit root login, but prohibit password, sure. And yeah, Damon, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Dude, that's huge. I would also say, Damon, real quick, if you're still out there, if you're only over in the Discord, well, okay, I'll message you there. But then just separately, like, also get interest from the rest of the team just about, like, who would want to be... Who would want to get added to a list of users that get, like, earlier access to features, right? Like, as we start making and doing new stuff, who would want to be a guinea pig to help us understand it more, right? So there's this specific PR thing, but then also maybe gauge interest on who would be interested for other things in the future. Totally up to you, but dude, this is awesome. This is fucking great. I'm pumped. Even if it's just you, I'm fucking pumped. Thank you, man. But yeah, with pub key authentication true. Yeah, but also, real quick, Damon, don't feel bad if I keep asking for more people. I bet you'll be able to help us check all the boxes we need, but also, you know, hedge my bets. I'm going to keep asking around. If anything, we bring all of y'all in. It's not a this or that. It's just more like, I don't know, just making sure I'm doing what someone at work expects of me. Yeah, I know. This is actually seeming like where I have the most value for the company, actually. Being able to find people for things like this. Yeah, the more the merrier. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, we need feedback. We need fixes. Like, dude, yeah, we need so much. Yep. Yeah, what I was still saying is, like, if you bring a few more people, even like 2 or 3, we can totally like do the onboarding with just you guys. That way it's not like weird and awkward, right? So we can do like an onboarding call with just you and your team. I'm just more like, I'm going to keep asking for people just because, like, the more the merrier, obviously, right? Yeah, so we've got plans. I don't know if what the plans are ready yet. Like, I don't know if they're like fully solving the problem. Yeah. This is like, this one feature is purely about code review, right? Like pull request review. I can describe it. They like my boss said she's not worried about NDA, which means I should be able to just say this stuff. And it's not a big deal. But the idea is you get to see like the PR, right? And we do better diffing than GitHub does, right? Because we're using like a proper semantic diff. So we're already going to have a better diff algorithm than GitHub does. But, and I don't know if this is a feature we have yet, but the idea is that we can like group changes differently too. So you could select like a drop down of like, well, what is like style changes? What is like other changes? What is blah, blah, blah. If there's an always ignore white space option, you'd use it just for that. And you're only mildly just kidding. I think you're totally fucking right. Always ignore white space. I'm pretty sure we have that on our roadmap because another person has said that, but don't hold back on any feedback. It doesn't matter if someone else has said it. The more people say it, the more likely it is to make it in. But I would say, yeah, ignore white space has to be like, dude, just automatic, right? Like that's like table stakes. Pie in the sky idea is like, I don't know if you've used Commit Composer in GitKraken, like in GitKraken desktop before, but the way that Commit Composer can like analyze all of the changes and break up your commits and like organize them better, the idea of that is that what if we could like break up the changes based upon like semantic changes, even if the commits weren't done that way? You know, like someone did a commit of some stuff and then did a few other commits in the PR. And then they mixed in, oh, I had to fix this, but I didn't want to go back and modify things. Could we like group those changes together better? And I think that's another big part that we're working on. Okay. Yeah. Let me double check. So, as far as I know, comments do get propagated. I don't know if we're doing the fully like inline comments thing yet. Right? But the idea is that like anything you do in our review tool mirrors itself over to the PR. Whether we have comments working perfectly for that yet, I'm not sure. But it's moving so fast that it's something that we could easily fix between now and then. Right? Between now and when we actually get you into it. Right? Like, just based on timing, right? You're going to be asking people tomorrow. We're not going to get you guys in until at least Monday. Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, right? So, you know, we've got time. And yeah, like, this project is moving fast. So keep in mind, Damon, none of this is going to be in GitKraken desktop. This is going to be on gitkraken.dev. Now, the main reason we're doing that is because we can move faster and we can break things easier with gitkraken.dev instead of having to wait on like the release cycle of a desktop application. If we can get this right, if we can do it just right, we can get it into GitKraken desktop too. But it's going to live on gitkraken.dev for at least like the foreseeable future. Which your license still totally 100% covers, right? Without going into too much detail, we really think that like improving the code review process is important, but improving like the merge process and these other things is where like we see our biggest wins, maybe. Yeah. So the way this is going to work is it has to go through getkraken.dev. So it is a little bit of a context switch. If that's like the only feedback we get, that it should be inside of the desktop app, it's not impossible. I just think it's tougher because we have so much less like real estate in the desktop app versus other things, right? So yeah, I don't know. I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone at this point. I'm just speculating. This is just like my own internal thought process churning. It does seem to me like there's only so much like space in GitKraken desktop. And fighting for that real estate is really tough. That's actually something I want to fix on my own at some point. Nobody on the team seems to think it's important, but I've had multiple people say, like, I'd love it if I could zoom in more than 130%. Is that anything you and your team has dealt with before? I feel like it really only happens on certain devices, right? On my work machine, on my Mac Mini, or on my work MacBook Air, it's perfect. But then when we load up GitKraken here on stream, it fucking sucks. So you're on 2K res. This is a 4K screen. And like, this is as much as I can zoom in on it. For some reason. I don't know why. I have no idea why this is as big as it gets, because over on my dev machine, right, or on my work machine, it's not this small, right? Like, dude, it is not this small. So yeah, on certain devices, on certain screens, this is what you'll see instead of something else, and that's fucking bullshit, dude. Like, this fucking sucks. Yeah, I fucking hate it, dude. Yeah, if screen sharing during work, if doing like anything where people need to read stuff. Can't expect me to read while I'm also trying to see things. Who here knows that IT crowd quote? Eiffel Tower! A pleb with your 1080p. There you go. Let me make it bigger for the people in the back. Ooh, there you go. That's fun, Damon. Nah, that's fun. But yeah, it's just one of those things that like people have asked for. Multiple people I trust and like and know who are using our product in like really cool, awesome public ways. Both of them have been like, man, I just wish I could zoom in more. That's got to be something we're doing wrong. Like, dude, if the UI breaks because someone zooms in to 300%, that's kind of on them, as long as they can undo it easily, right? Then it's fine. So why the fuck wouldn't we support way too big of a zoom? It doesn't affect us. It's the user who opted into that bad zoom. They can just undo the zoom if it breaks things. No, I don't think 300 is actually that crazy. Like, dude, what you were just seeing was 130 already. This is already the max 130% zoom. 300 is not that insane if your OS is pulling shenanigans on you like this. Right? Like, dude, I'm right here and I can barely read that. Right? That's what I'm saying, dude. 300% would be totally fucking fine because my OS is pulling some shenanigans, right? And my guess is that not any of the devs who were listening to this feedback have ever had this problem. So I'll just screenshot it. And then I'll just vibe code a fucking solution. I don't know where in the code base we'd do that shit, but it's got to be somewhere. It's got to be wired up in some way. Can we just increase the values that are available here? That sounds way better. Let's just do that. So yeah, I'm going to have to try and do that. Anyway. I know, taking our sweet ass time. Let's double check. What did V0 come up with? Oh, you're still setting up the project? Really? Okay, there you go. All right, so let's compare these two things, right? We got the lovable example, which is very basic, but probably enough. We got the V0 version, which adds a bunch of shit, which I don't think we'll actually be able to measure that easily. I think the V0 one tries to do too much. All right, so here's my current thought. What do we like from one versus the other? The part that I'm like wondering about now is like, even if we prefer this versus this, like honestly, the values don't matter. How do we end up prompting what we're doing. Right? Like, how do we give open code this context? Whee! Yeah, I live in Washington State. This is fully legal where I live, if you didn't know that. Just keep that in mind. We're just sitting here booking a trip to the moon. What's up, CMDL? And what's up? Now we're actually vibing. Not yet. Not until this stuff's set on fire. But, you know, yeah, we're getting there. Kenneth, which one are we doing today? Do you mean like the flavor that I got right here? So I only typically have like one flavor at a time these days because I just don't smoke it quick enough. Okay, so yeah, this flavor specifically, one second. Yeah, I typically only have one flavor at a time. I don't smoke enough to keep multiple. I keep multiple whiskeys these days. I should definitely flip back the other way. But this current flavor is High Chew. Astro High Chew from Zen. It is a mixture of astronaut status and High Chew. Hold on. Here's the numbers. CBD is only at 0.05%. Total everything, I guess THC is at 21.6. And THCA is probably at like some random like 4 or something like that. So yeah, nice solid 20%. These days, I actually like mellower weed. I'd rather have something I can smoke an entire joint of and still be functional. Because my tolerance is way lower than it used to be as a snowboard bum. Like, seriously, my tolerance now is so damn low. And honestly, like, I never found weed that was higher than like 30% anyway. All right, so let me go pee real quick. Humidifier things too, but also I'm gonna grab another soda. I'm gonna use the restroom and I'll be right back. But man, I'm really happy that we got the deploy working, right? We are fully deployed with our turbo stream. Now we just got to get the turbo, like the monitor up there, which we'll continue working on as we continue to hack on this stuff. But this should have been failing, right? Like, I don't know what our issue is here. This was the issue that prevented the turbo stream from being deployed. This is a different thing for this server. You want my suggestion? Well, 1 second. Let me go pee, and I'll be right back. But I'm happy to, answer questions.
What does it do?
But give me a sec. BRB. 1 second. Alrighty, and I'm back. Yeah, the best waiting screen. So yeah, then Anish Ali. What is your question or thing that you want advice on? Totally up to you. What you up to? Oh, and here, this is the funniest part. I ground up all that weed. Actually had one sitting in the chamber, just waiting. Anish, come on, man, ask your question already. You don't ask soon, you're not going to be able to. I'm going to say no. Are they even here right now? Did they leave? They left already? No, they're still here. Come on, Anish. What's your question? What do you want a suggestion on? I see you out there still. All right. Well, while we're waiting on Anish to actually ask the question they were asking or wanting to ask, let's double check any other comments. Yeah. All right. So I think we're good. That's fine. I did miss their follow. I'm sorry about that. We missed a couple. Ultra Nano and Anish Ali, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Right? So, like, how do we want to do this? Is doing a... I'm going to guess it's a Bachelor of Computer Science. I don't know what the BS stands for. Bachelors of Science specializing in computer science or something? I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I'm sorry, like, if you're outsourcing that question to to random streamers, something's already gone wrong. Right? So here's the big thing. My answer doesn't matter. What do you think? Your opinion matters more here. You're just asking other people because you don't want to make a decision. Right? Take a coin and flip it in the air. Don't even care about the answer, right? But one is you do the thing, right? Heads is you do it, tails you don't, or flip it. I don't care. You flip the coin, and whatever you're hoping for when it's in the air is actually what you should probably do anyway. It doesn't matter what it lands on. The coin is irrelevant. It's just a mechanism of you're in a very short time delay in which you just have to be honest with yourself. It forces you to make that decision by the time the coin lands. Right? What are you actually hoping for when you flip a coin about it? That's probably your answer, man. But you shouldn't be asking random streamers life-altering questions like that. Like, dude, that's up to you, man. I don't know if it's worth it. I don't know you. For some people, it is still absolutely worth it. But I don't know you. Well, you want to give it a timer, though, Standard, because you don't want it to be immediate. You want to give yourself at least like a set amount of time to think about it, you know? Right? Because you need that, like, that hope to kick in. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm trying to like think about like that's probably the best answer I've given for that question. So yeah, right. I think we both landed on like the best we're ever gonna do with regard to that. Man, that was the best you've heard. That's the best I've done. Shit, all downhill from here. Like shit. Yeah, there's nothing better that I'll do to explain it like that. I just should just like clip it or something. Yeah, that'd be way better. I do need to pace on this. In fact, we should just pour some more water and sip on that when we get the nervous energy to just sip on something. Right? I think we all know that's at least like half of the consumption here on stream. Just something to do with your hands, you know? I should make the nervous tick consumption be water. That would be a huge win. All right, so man, the ads feel like they're more frequent these days, don't they? Oh, I'm just some random streamer. That's fine. Oh, I fucking hate this song. It's just fucking police noises. Why? Why do they do that to you? Anyone out here that makes music, do not put just a random song of police noises on it. It just puts people on edge. Why? Why would you do that? But yeah, so oh, ambulance, even better. Fire truck. Dude, fire truck is the loudest, most annoying fucking thing in the world in some places. Ooh, I'm not even gonna try and reproduce it. It's that annoying. Nah, man. Subtle knocking sounds, you say? Hold on.
Swing.
Damn it.
Swing.
How good would it be if the random fucking number generator just somehow picked the knocking sound that we use? Damn it! God. Third time's the try? Right? Third time's the charm or whatever? Shit. Come on.
Swing. Swing.
Dude, I didn't even hear anything that time. I don't know, man. I will say that is a tool that I might vibe code the fuck out of because I don't care about the inside. Oh, was it a swing? I didn't hear the swing. Dude, it seems to be picking like just the same ones, man. JavaScript RNG is funny. Like, dude. All right, at least we got something different. Modem. All right, I'm over it. Whatever. We tried. That was like 5 or 6 tries. All right, so I want to build this out more as a combination of real-time dashboard as well as uptime dashboard. right? In addition to that, I want to have what if hold on, what if we start the other way around? I will admit, dude, my the thing I disagree with Prime on about typing speed, nah, he's fucking right when it comes to this agentic bullshit. Dude, typing speed's fucking king. Like, yeah, him and Gary Bernhardt, nah, you guys are fucking right. If I could type better, I'd be doing this shit better too. Like, they're totally fucking right about that. In my opinion, like, the in-editor experience is optimized for less and less typing. But this experience is just pure typing. So yeah, like, I am proven wrong. Prompting, man. Yeah. Typing speed matters. Like, we could just get a good mic and we could just voice dictate, right? That would be the win. And then we'd be fine. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, what we want to do is instead, we want to invert the order in which we were going to do things, right? I was thinking, oh, right, as a dev, myself, front end focused, I would actually dial in that front end and figure out what data I need from the back end. Whereas instead, like, we're not, like, when I say mock it, I mean the next thing we're going to add is this, like, uptime monitor. I would just fucking figure out how to make the uptime monitor look how I want and then figure out what data I actually need to fill it in with. Right? So then it's like this front end first strategy. Like, I love just mocking some shit and then rendering it and then, like, making it dynamic later. That's super fun. Like, it's good because you see it right there. You feel it, right? Instead of, like, building out a thing and then trying to figure out where to put it, you know? All right. So, yeah. The feature we actually want to build first. Sorry, I just started just spacing out there. It's like the weed does the job or something. But yeah, no, the accuracy of the prompt matters, but your ability to type that prompt and then analyze it and then retype it still is, like, stronger. Like, we're all gonna do that, right? No one one shots their prompt. You're gonna edit, which is why I think, I don't know. That's why the terminal feels less good sometimes, because you want to just go back and edit something, but hitting up actually doesn't do what you want, depending on the terminal and other stuff. So yeah, that can be really annoying. All right, so what we want to do is I want... All right, so we're going to start it off with the simple prompt. We're going with a brand new, fresh context, Minimax 2.5 free. Again, this is open source, so I don't mind. I'm sure this data is being sold or something, middleman, whatever. Right? With a proper provider, you have a better guarantee of that. Right? Right? Novita shoots, what's some of the others, like small ones? Those are the big ones I remember. I don't know. We can go look. Right? The shit's running, thinking, doing his thing. Sure, Fallen. Yeah, sounds good. Right? So if we just look at, I don't know, GPT OSS, right? The 120B, someone hosting it, like it's a shitload of providers. It's like too many, you gotta like load more, right? 14 more, holy shit. Right? So yeah, Deep Infra, Shoots, Novita, Silicon Flow, right? Damn, Google Vertex is actually a super cheap way to run GPT OSS. Interesting. Very interesting. Like, sure, it's almost for input, almost twice as expensive as Novita and Shoots. I get it. It's actually twice as expensive as Shoots and Deep Infra. Output price, actually cheap. No. Damn, Novita's a fucking deal. What is Novita doing? Oh, I guess they have a smaller output context. Interesting. Whereas, like, this is where some of the more expensive input price is actually cheaper. Well, not cheaper on the output. But, right, like, dude, look at how small Silicon Flows is. Holy shit, what the fuck? Damn, Deep Infra is killing it. Damn. Dude, that latency, too. Damn, Deep Infra. I don't know what they're doing. They're nailing it. Dude, that's fucking awesome. Let's double check where are we at. Okay, so since the last time we looked, we've burned about 12 cents. All right, I'm okay with it. Yeah, something seems way off over there. Yeah, I still blame Grays.social, but like, dude, that should be a major, major, major thing. Like, what the fuck was happening then? And we don't have the observability to figure that out. Grafana Cloud. Has anyone else found a better deal for like cloud like hotel infrastructure? Like I know Sentry and Posthog do their thing and all that, but like come on. If you just want to track just like general hotel, I don't know if it's worth letting those guys do it. Like no, let them do what they're good at. And I'd rather just like yeah, Grafana Cloud like dude, I think their like free pricing is so fucking good. Let me double check it. I could be wrong. They could have changed it. Yeah, I guess we'd have to see what their like usage tiers are. I'm pretty sure I'm on the free tier with anything I'm doing with them, so I don't know. Let's just see. I think we fiddled with it at one point. All right, more music, but yeah, little interesting. Oh, because you're probably right for it, Will. That might be like, you know, it might be because you're right. They don't do one of those things that shows you what you last logged in with. I love that. I fucking love that. Is it maybe a security concern at like enterprise levels though? Like Grafana levels? Did someone think like, oh, it's a better user experience, and the lawyers were like, nah. Or security or someone, you know? Dude, this is taking fucking it's taking more than a few minutes, guys. Come on. Datadog, you'd expect it. I mean, honestly, isn't Grafana shooting like specifically for those clients? That's their fucking niche. Like you know that Grafana Cloud can actually use like all of these fucking services. Like it becomes like the same vertical integration. Like I can't vouch for if it's like a one-to-one replacement, but there's so much stuff you can spin up in Grafana Cloud that You really do attack like the entire Datadog vertical. Like it's not just Grafana. Grafana Cloud is like an orchestration layer almost, you know. You mean like someone moved over and then like, well, we're such a big contract, it'd be really nice if you and like because they're your biggest contract, you like do what they say and now you're just basically like a dev shop for them. I've heard horror stories like that. I've never I do feel like I've seen a few places kind of go that way. Oh yeah. Dude, this is insane. Like Grafana, this is not a good look. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. I was saying you were cool. Come on, Grafana Cloud. You're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Like, dude, this is brutal. All right, well, I think we give up. I think I'm over it. I think I'm good. Never mind. What was I thinking? I don't know. Samsonite. I was way off. We'll leave it going just as a tab just to see. Because why not? All right. What should the uptime tracker track? Yeah, no worries, Damon. Yep. Have a good night. All right. So it's creating the plan. All right, so here's the actual plan. New table. All right, hold on. Here's the back end changes, right? Connection state tracking. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure. All right. Yeah, good plan. I think the design is still going to be kind of shit. Like, I really just don't expect much out of the design. Don't have to walk a cat. But you do have to feed them very consistently. And that's not even just about like them begging for it. Like just the way their I don't know, their metabolism and kidneys and like entire body works. Like they have to eat every like 6 hours or some shit. Like it's something weird like that. So if you're gonna be away, make sure your food's on like a timer. Or if they can be trusted just to like eat from the pile. Sure. They're also really particular about the water they drink. Like, if you have your food dish next to your water dish, you're fucking up with cats. You should have them fully separate. And even better if you can have like a running water kind of thing, like a constant kind of filtration device. Yeah, the running water, exactly. Yep. It has to be like aerated. Otherwise, it feels stale. And like stale water, they associate with like disease water, you know? Like they'll drink it if they have to, but like, dude, if they're drinking from that, they've been thirsty for way too long. Kind of stuff. And even just like the filth that collects from like their just like them licking and like their saliva, just like the fucking slime. Like, dude, you gotta rinse that. That was the biggest thing with these old cats I had. The slime. Like, man. Yeah, that water dish used to get gross. Oh, dogs will create the slime, sure, but they'll happily keep drinking from it too, though. That's a separate thing. That's a separate thing. I'm just talking the slime will prevent the cats from drinking from it too. Like anything will keep a cat from drinking from a water source. They're like really particular, actually. All right, so how's this thing going? Still doing? Yeah, still doing. So the other bit is, yeah, we still have a failure of this deployment. I think. Did we push this yet? Oh. Should have pushed before that. I think these parts are probably good, but yeah, I don't know. We can just try and rerun it. Let's go back to actions real quick. Hold on. Where did this one fail? Yeah, so still connection refused. I wonder if UFW is already configured. Where would I check my UFW config? That's the only other thing I could think of for the monitor VPS. Yeah. Right, we just verified it's not the SSHD config. I'm trying to think what else it could be. It's got to be, yeah. So, how do we check the UFW config? UFW status? Oh. Oh, so we don't even have UFW on here. Oh. I think we do that in one of our install steps, but we're not even getting that far because we can't SSH in. So we don't need to check that. If we don't have UFW, then it's obviously not the problem right now. Wait a minute. Hold on. What's our port? It is 22, right? Oh, it's... There we go. All right, let's try that again. Why not? How's this thing doing? Wish it hadn't done any commits. All right. There we go. So we're going to look through what it tried to do. We really need to maybe update like an agents.md or something. Be like, hey man, don't commit shit. I want to look. I know. Does that make me old school still? Yeah, whatever. I guess I'm old school. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, I at least want to understand, like, why weren't we seeing any changes? So yeah, we see a bunch of, like, Rust stuff. Yeah. I actually care less about that, except for the fucking empty white space for some reason that it left. I feel like we should have seen something over here. Oh, that's it. No way, that's the thing? That's what they added? Well, well. um we vibing now, aren't we? There we go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the answer to that last question? I want you to do so much more. Do we have to start doing the bullshit like you are a triple PhD UX designer? Like, do we have to like do the role playing thing? I don't think we have to do the role playing thing. I really feel like the role playing thing is bullshit, but I could be wrong. I'm sure people have measurable results. All right. Um, Latency and message rate and during uptime sound great. Oh, really? That's fun there. That sounds pretty good. I didn't see that part. That actually sounds really good. Will any of these tools ever render on a zoomed in screen properly? I don't think so. Yeah, I really don't think so. All right, here we go. Do it. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to just hit escape. Here we go. All right, cool. Cool. Um, do it, but don't commit anything. I want to review it before you commit. Dude, yeah, no, OpenCode has some really nice features. I haven't dug into all of them at all. But yeah, no, they kill it, man. I keep seeing they keep hiring some of these like Twitter memers. I wish I was a better Twitter memer. I'm sure Dax thinks I'm cringe, but whatever. I am. I am cringe. Whatever. See, I'm cringing. Whatever. All right. So while it's doing that, we still have the deploy issue. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm thinking as I'm clicking, like, what could be going wrong with our deploy? Right? Like, this is actually the tab. I just like, I don't know. Oh. Oh, the artifact expired. Oh, so we got to rerun all jobs. Shit. Okay. Now that was a separate error. Okay. But still, like, I think we're going to fail out at the SSH thing. I'm wondering why, though. Like, I should double check the URL, I guess, right? Technically, the IP address. That's probably the next step, right? After we verify build is still failing for various reasons. Now, while we're doing some other stuff, hold on. And, oh man. This is where we've had these problems before when I get too much shit going at once. How we doing on RAM? Oh, multiple Rust analyzers. Now there's two of them. The meme is real. Now there's two of them. Hmm. How much do I write versus how much is vibe coded? For the stuff that we're working on right now, it's almost all entirely vibe coded. But the project that I'm doing these things for is mostly like hand coded, but using like 95 or Super Maven or like, inline autocomplete in the editor. So like I still autocomplete a bunch of like boilerplate and bullshit for sure. Like 100%. Like even when I'm like hand coding. But it's the difference between something like what we're building right now, which has very much like finite boundaries, versus a product that I need to actually like understand from the ground up to debug and support and blah blah blah, right? That's the way I currently think about that. Is that still kind of a boomer mindset? I don't give a shit. It's the way I currently like doing it, and I might change eventually. Like a lot of this vibe coding stuff, I'm massively warmed up to since previous opinions. Right? I see a lot of value for things with very finite boundaries. Microservices, libraries, etc. Right? I don't give a shit about that conversation, man. I don't care. Dude, I'm not even thinking like 6 months from now. I don't care. Whatever future that is, we'll deal with it if it comes. Like, why stress about any of that shit? I just don't care, man. It's such a shit conversation. Human beings are really bad at predicting the future. Why try? I mean proper future. Like predicting 6 months out. Sure, I get it. People can do that. That's what I'm talking about. Like, dude, no. I'm talking like 5-year plan type bullshit. Fuck that. Come on, no human being can maintain a proper 5-year plan. Reality will say otherwise, you know? It's just not even worth spending that energy, in my opinion. Yeah, we're already seeing like massive pushback in the industry. Like people are not getting the value out of it that they thought they were getting. We are in the pets.com era of this bubble right now. For some people, that means a lot. Yeah, we totally are. There's the like, dude. Just the moment there was the asshole that spent like, I got 2 million investment. I spent 1.8 on the domain name. What was it, friend.com or whatever? That should have been the first sign. Like the fact that it hasn't imploded since then is kind of crazy. The fact that it's still being propped up is kind of crazy. That should have been the first fucking warning. Like, I got 2 million investment. I spent 1.8 on a domain name. Boom. The other 200K went to this commercial. Well, there we go. Nailed it. Like, how is that not just like at least someone's hint? Like, what are we doing here, man? Somehow it's still going though, right? Like the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So good luck buying the dip. Dude, that friend.com one's going to go cheap eventually. For sure. Someone's going to want to get some money back. Dude, you could swoop that fucker up for a couple 100K, I bet. Maybe that's it. Maybe it was actually just a fucking like scheme just to get the domain name and hold that as an asset in perpetuity. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Maybe there's some like domain laundering scheme going. Ooh, really cool domain.com or .name. There you go. Yeah, what if it gets just even more expensive? Yeah, like maybe that's what they were doing. That's why they did it. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude. Like, I'd be so curious how much Microsoft bought Mixer.com for. After the Beam acquisition, right? Then they bought Mixer.com, rebranded. Yeah, I wonder how much that domain name cost. Maybe they were just sitting on it. Oh. Hey, we got just a shitload of domain names. Just pick from one, man. All right, so yeah, this is the part we're failing at. It is transferring connection refused. It's during the deploy step. And this is the first time that we connect. Yeah, so VPS monitor host, VPS monitor SSH key. I actually wonder. Yeah, let me double check that. Shit. Yeah, what is our... I have some of these things set up as secrets that aren't secrets. And then, yeah, where did we get the... Okay, monitor. Okay, so I've got the pub key there. Hold on. The monitor host. All right, so I got the server pro link. I'm trying to figure out. Let me just close a bunch of bullshit. Hold on. Is Grafana really still loading? What the fuck, Grafana? I think they were fine. It just got into some weird loop and then just left us on the page. So that's fun. Okay. All right. Where were we hosting this fucking thing? I feel like this is it. Yeah, I think this is totally it. Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. So let me. I'm not sure about the IP address they're showing me. I think it's bullshit. Yeah, I think it's bullshit. They're showing me a 198 IP address when instead they have a different value in the dashboard. And I think that's actually our problem. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I have a thought. Yep. Nope. Now I see it. Yeah, so there's their dashboard at like VPS hosting service. And then there's one like inside the thing. It's the one inside the thing that's actually the value. That's the one we're SSH'd into. So yeah, I have that messed up as the domain. So we need that fixed. So that's like propagating now. And then, yeah, so SSH for that makes sense. So then this is the host that we want to SSH to in the GitHub thing. And then I have to do this. All right, the rest I think we might be good on. So then from there, I want to go back to actions. Back to monitor. Let me make sure I'm not showing shit on other screens. I think that one's actually fine. Grafana we can keep. That one we can keep. That we can close. Post-hog we can chill on. Oh, that's some stuff missing from our production deploy of the turbo stream. Yep. So we're gonna have to do that. But yeah, I think we're good here.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
All right, so we rerun the failed job and we should be way better off now. While that's going, how is this guy doing? Oh, and we probably needed to keep that open over here. All right, so I don't know. Did it blend? Oh, hey, hey. All right, so yeah, that was our issue. We were configured for the wrong IP address. So that's easy enough. And the rest, I think we had fixed elsewhere. Restarting the service. Jetstream monitor service not found is a directory. This is that same issue we had previously. This, yeah. All right, so that issue was related to strip components. We're doing that on copy systemd service file. Did I forget that part on this one? Yep, I did. That's just the pub key. We're good. I was sweating for a second. Oh, buddy. All right. Nah, it's just the pub key. We're good. Oh, I thought we could like stash specific files and directories. I could have sworn that's how that worked. Yeah, whatever. So we stash it. Get pull. Dude, my phone is freaking the fuck out. Who's doing this? Annoying stuff AI gets wrong. Yeah. Oh no, this is a different thing. God, it's like way in Seattle. I don't think I'm making that one. 205 people registered. Yeah, I don't. Dude, they're gonna be turning people away. No, thank you. I'm gonna go to this DevRel thing instead. Yeah, way better. What the fuck is this shit? Yeah, cool. Okay, so what? Oh. Sure. All right, so see if that gets any farther. Oh, shit. I think some of these are not going to be used, but we can accept both as long as they don't conflict. Not entirely satisfied with that fix, but I think we're close. All right, so then we've got an issue over in mod.rs. Oh. I think we're going to just accept incoming for all of these. Yeah, I should just get access to the merge tool myself too. That would be a good idea. That would be a really good idea. Yeah, I need to get that access on stream. I know who I can message about it too. Yeah, that would be good. Stream client. Yeah, so more merge issues. Yep. I believe incoming is something we can just accept blanket. I'm almost positive there's a way we could have done that. With GitLens. Like almost positive. I do like kind of looking at it just to be sure though. Shit. When in doubt, clone it out is failing me. No. Oh, I think it's just duplicated. I think we're good. Yeah, those are the exact same thing. I think it's just duplicated. I think we're good. Clone almost failed me. It was about to be the greatest betrayal in the history of man. A betrayal on levels no one has ever seen. Some people get the quote. Oh yeah? Totally. Totally. All right, so I don't think we fixed the merge yet. I just got a hunch. I don't think we quite fixed the merge yet. All right, so hold on. Let's keep vibing this a bit. How often are we pinging the servers? We get more music going. Like, we can do a shorter album or two, you know. I got a thing tonight. And realistically, I think some of this other stuff could be done way better too. Oh, our context is at 45%. This is when it starts getting wonky. Oh no. That feels right. We're gonna start fresh. We could have done a new session, sure. This session will be I don't think latency actually matters. I'm not sure about that last line I gave it, that this might just be a UI thing. That might actually come to haunt me. Hold on. When is this event? It's already 5:20. Damn. Yeah, the time flies, doesn't it? When is this event? I think it starts at 6. Okay. Yeah. All right, so we got a little bit of time left. So here's the crazy part. Let's go look at it. Let's double check this deploy. This deploy ended up failing because of the service thing there, and I believe we just pushed that. Did I forget to push that? Oh, and the build. Yeah, the build failed. Yep. And we're in planning mode, so we can actually just commit all those fixes. Oh. I was actually considering updating the one before it. So this is fix get or handle broken merge. All right, so my theory is that this should just work now, but we may run into similar issues with the like the caddy Cloudflare part, right? In fact, we'll just do that right now. Boom. All right, so deploying the monitor to the VPS. I got a little water left. I'm going to stick with just the water. No matter how tempting it is. Now that Coca-Cola will be there when I get back. All right, so the binary built as we expected it to. Yeah, bad merge. That's on me. All right, so creating the directories. Cleaning up the temp folder, sure. Oh. That // was a little odd, but might be okay. Ah, shit. We just hit one bad step here. Hmm. Damn, so I thought we were at least there, but we're failing at this last step. And this step is just restart service. Do we have that in the main turbo? Verify deployment. Restart service, we do. I know what it is. Yeah. So we needed to clean out the old one. So what is the path? It's wrong place. All right, so if we were to rerun the failed job, I think this one will actually work. Because, well, shit. Okay, I think we're good there, actually, then. Let's just start that from scratch again. Because I think I forgot to clean it out. Yeah, so we should be better there. Was there another directory we needed to clean out? I think that was it. I think that was it. Son of a bitch. Cannot overwrite non-directory. With directory. Excuse me. Yeah, so right, the name of the key is different. That's about it. The rest of that is the exact same. Right, these are so similar, they should probably actually be the same file, but parameterized. But we're not there yet. Yeah, so it's just changing the word Rust to monitor. Oh, no, there it is. That's our issue. All right, so what we want to do is that needs to just be temp slash. That's it. Okay. Copy monitor Enter to temp properly. Yeah, like really, as we're comparing this, dude, this is so much that could just be parameterized. So yeah, that's kind of a mistake on our part. I should figure out like a better way to do that. But it'll be fine. It's good for now. I just think now, like, so much of it is really just a duplicate. Yeah, it's really like just a single prop. The health check is the big thing that's going to be different. I don't think we have a health check. Oh, we do have a health check in the monitor. This is just against the service itself, though. All right. But yeah, it should still work. The caddy stuff, I think we fixed before that'll become an issue. I do like that we're not running other things when we don't need to, right? Like, why should the turbo stuff run if we haven't changed it? So, yeah, Minimax nailed it on scaffolding out our CI/CD in a way that, like, doesn't run too much junk. I got to do that way better in a lot of my stuff. I'm not sure about that. That opt Jetstream monitor actually looks way off. Why is that a thing? That would be it. Yep, we forgot to up. Oh no. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. We do have the opt right there. Yeah, no, that looks actually totally fine. Never mind. I thought that was a bug. Ooh, it does fail there, though. All right, so let's just try this again. I think we have a cleaner slate. I think once we've done that, it should be good from here on out. But if not, well, I guess that's a problem for tomorrow. All right, so then, yeah, what's this thing? All right, for uptime, should it show rolling hourly uptime? Sure. Latency, completely remove. Ooh. Cleaner cards, better spacing. I don't know. Go for it. Sure. Keep planning. Oh no. Created Simlink. Wait, what? Is this like another like BSD versus Linux issue that we're running into? I don't have a .env file set. I'm almost positive that's it. I think we want to make that 8080. Oh, I'm already root. Whatever. Restart. Is it Jetstream or TurboStream? I think it's Jetstream. Monitor. It does seem to be running now. Okay. What did we name it? Turbo Monitor. All right, so it looks like we've still got a flaw there. We did run into this with Caddy the first time too, though. So hold on. Right? Monitor.db is there. We should see... we don't see setup caddy. Where would setup caddy have gone? Oh. All right, this will be our last run no matter what. In fact, I could leave y'all in suspense. Ooh, we won't even know until we come back tomorrow. Ooh, gotcha. Boom, roasted. Ooh, it looks like I might be able to start pretty early tomorrow, too. I'd like to get back to like a noon start time when I can, you know? Like we did today. That felt good. Like it feels early still, you know? See, okay, so we're failing at the caddy step now. Aha. Same thing. Same issue. Hold on. We have strip elements for copy caddy here too, and we didn't have it for that. Yep. All right. So yes, it's gonna have to be, you know, pins and needles, suspense till tomorrow because I'm not gonna wait for our build and everything else to finish. So it's what it is. We don't know if it's gonna succeed or fail. We're gonna get to the right screen to show it, but I'm not even gonna know until tomorrow because I'm not gonna wait around for it. And I'll probably know tonight. Actually, ooh, spoiler. I just get to know. Too bad. Deal with it. But okay, so who do we go raid? Because yeah, I have an event to go to. I'm already going to be somewhat late, but it takes like 20 minutes, half an hour max to get there. It's quick. It's just right in Bellevue. So, who is streaming? Who's actually going right now? Oh, Theo's going. Well, yeah, let's go raid Theo. Rare Thursday stream from him. Nano Banana 2, Anthropic versus USA, ChatGPT got faster, and everything else he missed. Oh, did he not stream yesterday? Was that it? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so we're going to go raid Theo. I'll be back here tomorrow. It'll be a fun Friday, won't it? It'll be nice and chill. We got plans. We got stuff to do. Ooh, maybe it's ticking down. Maybe we'll see. Will it blend? Ooh, we might actually see this thing finish. So, yeah. I got an event tonight. I'll probably be back in time for like gaming and chilling tonight. I've got a meeting tomorrow. 2 meetings, technically. Okay. Yeah, we can start up probably around noonish tomorrow. Ooh, the copy of the caddy script did not work. Oh, we're close. It's just we can't do apt-get. So yeah, all right. So we've got a very clear, easy step to start back up on tomorrow. More of like the UI BS. That's going to be tricky. Like, yeah, we want the monitor to feel like useful and reasonable. So let's raid Theo. Later.